What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Now, apologies about the lack of stream yesterday. There were some storms during the day, and that didn't seem to have any sort of effect except like in the 15 minutes before the stream started, the internet completely dropped out in our house. And then I was checking the website and stuff. It said it was fine. Then it came back. And then it went out again, and then when I checked it, it said it wasn't going to be fixed, or it's going to be fixed within like the next 2 hours or something, and I was just too paranoid to start streaming, because if it went out again, which of course because I didn't stream, then it didn't go out again. But I knew if I had streamed and the internet dropped like during stream and was like a continued issue, I would have gotten really frustrated, and it probably would have really affected me mentally as far as like how we just got in the flow of things. So I didn't want to risk it. Obviously the trade-off is that now we've got to play all 4 rounds tonight, and we're going to be playing all 4 rounds of Plat tomorrow night. So it's a little bit of a packed week. It's only going to be 2 streams this week, as we were already planning on having Thursday off, so definitely not ideal in that regard, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. We're gonna just take it on the chin. We're gonna go out there and try and grind out True Sim tonight and see how it goes. It'll also be some good practice for us, just in terms of, you know, as we go forward here, if we do move to having all 4 rounds in one stream, just give us a little bit of a glimpse into it. Yeah, let's get warmed up here at the old course, get some swings in, and we're gonna be playing True Sim at Royal Portrush. Hey, what's going on, guy? Enjoy the lurk, man. Good to see you. RJ, good evening. Yeah, we're playing Royal Portrush. We're playing the official course, official venue of the Open Championship. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know the course like super well, so you know it's gonna be interesting for sure. It is gonna be interesting, but I'm looking forward to the challenge. We got our first True Sim. We got our first True Sim win last week. So, pretty happy about that. Finally getting the job done. Because we've had a few times. We have had a few times so far this season that we've had a chance to win it, and we haven't been able to bring it home, so getting the job done last week feels pretty good, and by a 6-stroke margin, which was surprising to say the least. Now, we were down 3 strokes at the turn, but had a great weekend. There we go. Had a great weekend out there, and the competition wasn't able to keep pace, fortunately, so now the question is, can we repeat that? Hey, Fruity, welcome back. Mr. K-Pad, how we doing? Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Looking forward to the Open this weekend. It's crazy that the final major is already here. Hopefully I'll be able to catch a good bit of it. Alright, I want to get some full shots in, because like the partials are fine and all, but I want to have the full shots, just because full shots are going to give me a better feel as to where that swing path is, but these are all like short gamey shots, so hopefully we can get through this stuff pretty quickly. 90%. %95 is a little bit strong. 95% is a little bit strong. There we go. Oh, but we were under on the power. Okay. So that percentage having a very big effect. Oh, but I also didn't realize that's why, because they're actually moving these shots around a little bit, which I wasn't quite paying attention to. Hey, thank you, Ears. Yeah, it feels good, dude. It feels good to finally get it across the line, you know? Because I felt like there were at least a couple of other tournaments so far this year, including the US Open? Or was it the PGA? I think it was the PGA. Felt like I could have won that one, and then... Yeah, I feel like most tournaments to this point, you know, I've had like one round that's really just ruined it for us. I think the US Open we had 2 rounds where it was like I don't even know what happened, but the other rounds we were playing great. The PGA we had just the 1 round where all of a sudden we shot a 3 under and we were shooting well on the rest. So yeah, felt good to piece everything together. And now we just have the fun challenge of trying to repeat. Okay, I'm just curious, because I really don't think it's going to work. I want to see what this pitch does. It feels like a pitch should just roll way too much. So I think realistically, you've got to be playing some sort of flop, right? Imagine that, we actually hit the swing path. Because I'm expecting that. What if you are a super flop enjoyer? Well, that was 5% over power, so that doesn't really... doesn't really count. I mean, this is how we'd be playing it. This is how we'd be playing it in rounds, so no real shame there. Ooh, it's almost. We're actually ending up shorter. So what, we need to slam the stick forward, get that extra little bit. Okay, can we get some like full shots? I'd like to get like good practice in, you know? I'd like to get good full swing practice in. As much as clearing these challenges is important or blah, blah, blah. Also, we're almost at 100%, or not 100%, we're almost at level 100. Getting pretty close. Riding the ball through each of the rings. Are we gonna get like full shots for this? I'm hoping it's not. Hoping it's not short game rings. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Shaping it over the road hole. 300. I don't know. I think it's just any of them. So let's see where choked ends up, and then we'll go from there. Oh, choked is still high. And if you hit a... Here's the thing, though. If you hit a stinger, stinger's gonna fly, like, straight into the wall, right? 300 points might actually be stinger over the road hole. Yeah, what's going on, Hurt? How you been, dude? Okay. That's the shot. Not my usual shot here. I can't say that I'm normally hitting stinger on the road hole. Oh, that's tight though. We gotta be on point here, or we're not gonna get it. 2,500. So you have to hit. You have to hit 9. So I don't actually know how many, because it took us a few swings. So I don't know if we're going to get 9 of them. But we'll see how repeatable we can get this swing going. Roster baiting, welcome back. A little bit special. This sub resubbing for 2 months at one time. Thank you very much, roster baiting. Hope you continue to enjoy your faces. Hope you're doing well. Been busy, but still virtual golfing TGC wise. I mean, it's the summer, man, so busy times. Hey, good evening, Busey. You practiced the old course like 10 times, didn't really help. Currently sweating out the CC cut line. Wait, how did that one miss? Huh? That was weird. I don't know what was different about that one. Well, we needed to hit, yeah, no, I know it went over the ring. I'm trying to figure out how. I didn't change the aim. I wonder if the wind, like, blew it in a way where it, like, crept over, like, the out, like, one of the rounded, you know, outer portions. All right. Let's do it again. This time we should know roughly where to aim. We just can't miss. Just can't miss. Well, that's close. Deep Vision Descent. What's going on? Ever stream ranked 1v1? Not really. No. It's just not really my cup of tea that much. Like, I'd rather, I don't know, I'd rather play TGC, or I'd rather, you know, team up with somebody from chat for ranked duos. So my rank is like nothing. I could be Condor, but, and I know that's easy to say, but I'm ranked 14th in TGC, so I think that should be a fair fair assessment. Which, that's pretty crazy to think, by the way. Our previous best, we had peaked at 19th in the world on 2K21. We have, in the past few weeks here, we have ascended. We jumped from 21 to 14 after we finished T5 last week. Yeah, I felt that one creep a little bit left on me. Great feat, thank you. Yeah, last week was probably, I'd have to like really do some research. Yeah, we don't have a statistician, you know, on standby to do the research, but if I had to guess, last week was probably the best like cumulative effort week that I've ever had on TGC. We shot 55 under on True Sim and won, and then we turned around and shot 50 under in Plat and finished tied for 5th. I think I would have to say that this is probably the best ever like week I've had. Crack the top 10 leaderboard? I don't know, man. There's still another big jump there, but we've been playing well. Yeah, what up, D-Brad? Thank you for the luck. Says with this game, not very good. Highest 1v1 you achieved was 360-ish. Went on a hard nosedive of losses, sitting around 300. Yeah, a lot of it comes with experience and just, you know, putting in the work. We've got, I think we put 1,400 hours into 2K21, like 900 into 2K23, and we're starting to close in on 300 hours on this game, which is not a lot compared to some of the real grinders of the game. But I would say for the amount of time that we put in, we've always been on the better side. Oh, that went over the top. It's de-lofted a little bit. Because the crazy part is this is the driver, so like it shouldn't have that much height, but good enough at the game, pure golf grinder? Done it with a baby at home? I mean, Scud's got kids. They're not as young, but he's got kids. Only 3 behind Scud after 2 rounds. Had a pretty stellar round 2 to get into contention. Yeah, I wish I knew Royal Portrush better. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. That's gonna be too low, right? Okay. I'm just making sure. Because choke driver, and let's go. Yeah, because that's gonna be too high. How do I get it low enough? That's the real question. Tee shot. What is the like? What is the like? Let's just go 75%. Oh, 80% is the most we. Okay, what is the 80%? That's close. Okay, 80% is the lower circle. I'm okay with that. Bumped it down there. Because it doesn't matter where these end up. Like, it's just hitting the rings. Okay. Now we just gotta do middle. So if maybe like 90%. 90% is gotta be close, right? That's 87. Okay, that works for me. Hey, what's going on, Tippy? It's going well, man. It's going well. Cannot complain. We were just talking about it. One true sim for the first time in this game last week. Finished T5 in plat last week to climb up to 14th in the world ranking. So we're feeling pretty good. Ooh, 90 is too much. 87 was it? That's 85, but that should be better. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Visual Course doing a solid job of showing hills on the green book. Could probably get a good idea without much experience. Yeah, we'll just have to be mindful. You know, try and play smart. It's really gonna boil down to, can we get some good proximities going, and will we get into a groove with the green reading like we did last week? Because that was probably the biggest thing. We were seeing the greens last week, like actually seeing it. So the question becomes, will we be able to repeat that? Obviously, I don't really have the answer. That's okay. First week on plat in this game, 16 under through 2. Hey, nice, man. I've heard that people are thinking that the cut line might finish around like 10. So to be 16 under on a major week, that's some good stuff. What's that pull? Oh, this is an interesting twist on the challenge. It's just literally getting up and down. Okay. Okay. Keep mishitting it, whether it's a pull or the percentage. I don't know. I might need to respec my build to be more transition. I feel like rhythm doesn't bother us, but I feel like we're always getting screwy with the transitions on these sorts of shots. So hard to be precise on the partials. Round 1 of plat is brutal. Yeah, I've heard some things about the course this week. I don't know too much, but I have heard some things. That's better. That's better. Hey, what's going on, Josh? Welcome back. Qualified for the plat open for last week qualifying? Gonna be frustrating rounds for you. Yeah, it's always kind of funny with the qualifying. In like, I've been on plat for years now, and so I've become pretty calloused to the difficulty. Right? I've become pretty callous to the difficulty, but I do always feel a bit bad for when, you know, when people qualify up into Plat for a tournament, or like after a promotion event or something, and it's just like, yeah, welcome to the fun. In some ways we play the same game, and in other ways we play a very different game. How do I see how this goes? Basically trying to get it to bounce up, but it's gonna kick and go so far right. I gotta just try and get it into this. Okay, that works. Now it's just replicate. On Elite, but you just get on once or twice a week and just kind of hit. Definitely don't hit the points every time or know exactly how Win plays. Yeah, and to me, that's such a critical thing, at least to my game. Yeah, was being able to be consistent on, yeah, try and be as consistent and accurate on reads as possible. Oh no, they're moving this on me, aren't they? Try and be as consistent as possible on your aims and your reads, but then being able to be consistent on your inputs is such a huge factor to it, in my opinion. I pulled that one left, yeah. Felt that. Pretty decent for no scouting, but the misses on Legend will be way worse. Yeah, I don't do any course scouting or anything. But yeah, the misses definitely start to get pretty rough. Because Plat, just the way the courses are laid out and some of the conditions, they just require a very high level of accuracy. Overpowering the putts by 3% most of the time on rhythm, or just like straight up overpowering it, because I definitely miss my putt pace a good amount. Like, I'm pretty good at it, but sometimes I will just straight up miss it by like 3 to 5%. A lot of times that's when I just like kind of lose my visual, and it's because it's that like depth perception, so it's always like that 55% give or take. With a heavy crosswind, keep the ball in the fairway on the 6th tee. The rate that we're getting through these, we might get through all of the old course challenges. Might just get through all of them for warm-up. Hopefully, hopefully True Sim doesn't end up being like a crazy grind in terms of time. So we got to get through all 4 rounds. All right, I'm gonna hit driver here just as like a test. Is this the one? This might even be the same pin that we power drove it to like a couple of feet. So we just have to find fairway 11 ton. Which, like, as long as they don't move the fairway on us, we should be able to just rip these shots over and over again. Yeah, I find that a lot of this game, and I mean, I've always been pretty strong tee to green, but you know, we've been pretty good at being able to repeat our swing. And in golf, a repeatable swing is such a huge part of it. Yeah, just the way that we've been able to like find our grip and that ensures that as we kind of try and pick our spot, that a good majority of the time we're going to be starting the ball where we want to. And then it really does just boil down to, can we solve the puzzle effectively? Hey, what's going on, JB? Just finished your 4 rounds earlier today. Hopefully they went well. Yeah, we're just we're cranking through these challenges for the old course. Been using them as our warm-up. But swing's feeling pretty good. I haven't hit any putts because there just haven't been any putts really. Well, there's been like a singular putt or 2 putts or something that we've had to hit. But swing's feeling pretty good, so we'll see how. It's really going to come down to how our eye is. Really going to come down to how our eye is seeing. I want to try the 56 degree. This is extremely firm. That works, but that's still... This is going to be way too short, right? That's pretty close, to be honest. That's not enough, club. Yeah, we're playing all 4 rounds tonight, D-Brad. I had some internet issues that then just left me paranoid last night. Like, we had a random outage going on in our area. And so then I was not trusting that it was gonna... Yeah, that the internet was gonna actually, like, stay up and whatnot. So I just canceled it out of fear. And we were already planning on not streaming on Thursday because I have family visiting. So it's gonna be a grinders week. Gonna be a bit of a grinders week. All 4 rounds of True Sim tonight, all 4 rounds of Plat tomorrow night. Ooh. That's all the way through. Okay. A little more fairway roll would hopefully help slow it down. That works for me. That works for me. That's within the 12 feet. That's the hardest part. Now it can technically roll through a little bit and not be the end of the world for us. You post, if people have like marks on the controller to show where they are, if it's just feel. See, some people look down at their controller before swinging. I look down at my controller before swinging, but I can show you I've got nothing. I've got nothing. I think some people do have like little etches that they've drawn on there, but I don't know how common that actually is. I just kind of look down. It's like I don't know. I think subconsciously I just kind of double check where my thumb's at. Somebody pointed out the other week, like a week or two ago, and I was like, I don't look down at my thumb. And then like I was super self-conscious about it and realized that I like probably close to half the time just do like a little glance down at my hands. For what? I couldn't tell you what I'm actually looking at. I just kind of look down. 26 so far, in 4th. Of course, playing easier, just putting as usual for you. Hey, improving week to week is all you can ask for, right? Like, as long as you can keep doing better than you have before, that's what you want to see out of it. Looks like golf to you. What's going on, Yeet? Welcome back. I use the joystick grippy things. Yeah, no, I've got the regular stuff. So much so, and I don't think it really shows up. I'd have to like take a picture of it probably because it's gonna not be high enough contrast. On my Xbox controller, my left stick, the little like rough outer portion is completely worn off the top of the right stick, and like the full almost 360 of this stick, so much to the point where the rubber is actually worn off and it's the plastic underneath is showing through. But then again, that controller is from 2015 or 2014 when I bought the Xbox One, so it's an old controller. I don't really replace my controllers because I don't really damage them. I want to see where 3-wood goes. Because it's got tailwind. So like, it carries like close to 275. I think that should be on the green. I don't even think I needed to have... I mean, it's not close, per se. But it's the type of shot where... if I can get a little bit of juice on it, problem is the rhythm there is going to kind of counteract some stuff for us. But yeah, otherwise, if we took driver, we'd have to hit a partial and really bunt it down. You wore the rubber off your PS5 controller fast when you first got it? All the rubber is still on mine. This is my original PS5 controller from when I bought the console 2022. But again, I don't have nearly as many hours as a lot of people do in games. I think these games plus like any other PlayStation, like I don't play much else on my PlayStation. So I've got 900, 300, 1200, a little bit of the end of 2K21. I mean, if I had to guess, I've only probably used this controller for like 1500 hours, which sounds like a lot, but I don't know. I've put several thousand out, like that Xbox controller. I have put, I've put thousands of hours. I've used it so much. Yeah, what's going on, Booze? I don't know. I'm gentle on my controllers. I think is what I've learned. I have not bought a controller outside of Joy-Cons in the past like decade. Play gentle games? This controller has gone through 2,000 hours alone of Dark Souls Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, Armored Core. Like, this has at least 2,000 hours on From Software games alone. I'm gentle. I'm very gentle. Stick drift because of Call of Duty. Gotcha. I haven't played a Call of Duty in a long time. DualSense Edge. And that's fair. Yeah, like I said, I really have not bought a new... Like, I think for my Xbox One, I bought a second controller when I bought the console, so I've had 2 controllers since 2014, and I have my original PS5 controller. Like, I only ever bought controllers to have a second one for playing with friends back in the day. Now I don't have friends, so I only need one. Well, that's quite the little approach shot, huh? Also collect various controllers and colors. That's fair, Yeet. Also, thank you for 7 streams in a row, man. Appreciate it. Set this. Yeah, posture is a huge part of the consistency. I've always, from day one of this game, I have preached, treat it like real golf. Same posture, same grip, and then you can just focus on your swing feel. Because, like, on a given day, I will just kind of, you know, I'll go back to what my brain thinks is the, like, last known swing, and then I will, you know, just make adjustments from there. Oh, I need to be more left. Oh, it needs to feel more straight. Consistency is key, and like kind of just let your brain do the work. If it feels like you're correcting your swing but you're still hitting points, like, don't think about it too hard, because your brain is a magnificent, you know, auto-correcting machine, so to speak. You know, only start to make adjustments when your brain starts subconsciously adjusting. What's going on, John? Good evening, good evening. Or new stick modules to have them in time for the new TGC season. I mean, so it has to be that people are just aggressive with things, right? Look at that. Casual power drive, just right on it. It's fine. We'll take a puff from back here. Oh, it's a little low. Good for a 2-putt, though. Good for a 2-putt bird. Get better, at least for you? Go over the thought process without taking 5 practice swings every shot? Yeah, I mean, I think that's just one of those we've found our groove as far as like what our swing feel is. So I don't have to spend a bunch of time like setting up for the perfect input. You know, we have that swing feel, so it's like figure it out, and then take the shot. You know, do a little wiggle, get like the little swing feel, but I don't need to like go through the whole swing over and over again. And I also just try and take 100% shots all the time so that I'm not, like, the only shots that I'm taking differently are, you know, your short game shots that are like, that are partialed. Alright, let's just hit a little hole in one. And we'll move on to the next hole. It's probably going to be way too short. Ah. See, I felt like the first one was going to be too far, but I think the big tiger draw is what's going to be problematic here. I mean, we just have to shoot even, so I'm not like really concerned about it. As I hit it 2% over and like way overread the break. Nice. Yeah, I only partial when I have to. It does too much. It brings in too much variability for me in terms of my ability to hit the number, as well as it modifies how the wind plays. And so for me, that's double whammy. You know what I mean? For me, that's just double whammy on consistency. Golfing with an average? You're playing this game right now? Good luck, good luck. Hope it's going well for you. Until Sony moves away from fragile, wear-prone analog technology, adopts more durable tech like Hall effect sensors, suffer with a subpar product. Yeah, and I guess the real question becomes, like, will they? Like here, I have to hit a partial. Here I have to hit a partial, and I hate it. That's kind of the downside of playing with Tigers. He's got such a big wedge gap. And wedges are where I make my money. I don't actually make money. TGC doesn't pay anything. Hey, what's going on, Mari? We're getting warmed up for competitive society play, so I'm not going to be playing any matches this week. The Grand PGA stuff, it's a tough thing because, like, I think he should. I mean, I guess it's the question of, like, if he accepts it and doesn't put up any sort of fight about, you know, doesn't take a stand against it, you're not going to change anything, is the potential. I don't know that he's gonna win the media rights battle there, but I get where he's coming from. Like, you're inviting a PGA personality yeah, so naturally they're gonna want to film it. Like, the whole reason they're there is because of their popularity and skill. But it also creates a whole bag of worms and stuff for the PGA. If they do allow it. So it's like, tough spot for the PGA Tour. I still think he probably should have taken it and, like, made... Yeah, you'd have to be a little bit more creative with the content that you create surrounding it, because you wouldn't have the like inside the ropes access that you want. But I don't know, I feel like there's gotta be content to have been made out of it. I just don't know exactly what it looks like. Hey, what's going on, Wyatt? How we doing? Alright, Tiger. Big slanging draw here. Run your 5-wood. It's extremely firm, right? So a couple big bounces, and then zip up the hill. Now start slowing down towards the cup. We'll take that. We'll take that. Just give it a little look-see. Oh, man, that's close. That's close. Think he made the right decision? I think so too, because I think if he... Like, I think you can definitely argue he should have done it and made different content. But I think if you are trying to potentially change the landscape of it and set it up for... You know, maybe you could get another invite with permission in the future, you have to decline it. Because if you accept it, then there's precedent. Well, you played before without the strings, so I think he kind of had to say no if he wants to have a chance to do it in the future with, yeah, do it in the future the way that he's wanting to. Now, how does that look in the future? I don't know, because technically, you know, these TV deals are in place and have been in place. And so I don't know if that's something that, like, yeah, I don't know when the PGA Tour, like, deals are up and need to be renegotiated by NBC and, you know, all the different CBS, you know, all the different broadcast things, ESPN Plus. That language would have to be agreed upon to go in there, and then if that's the case, you know, I guess PGA could use it just at their discretion, but it's kind of one of those, if the language is there, then why would it not get used potentially more? I don't know if that's going to be enough with the headwind, yeah. I'll play and not record if you let me make a video right after the tournament with whoever I want for my own channel. Well, that's kind of the question, right? Is the access to a PGA player, because he's already done stuff with some tour pros, right? So kind of becomes that thing of like, well, I've done that. Is one more of those worth more than trying to open up? Is this gonna hit the freaking... That's close. Yeah, is that gonna do more than the content of the event itself? And I think there's more to be had out of the event itself than just another pro. Not to diminish a pro, but that's how I'm viewing it. We got that line, like, absolutely beautifully. absolutely beautifully. Increasingly high-value partners for events drawing and all. Oh, absolutely, but it's still a legal thing, right? With those deals being in place, the language of those deals doesn't allow for the exemption, I would imagine, and so then you have to basically come back and modify that agreement and get all of these different broadcasting companies to sign and say that that's okay, and they don't stand to benefit from it, so why would they? Closer to Tiger than the PGA or the Barracuda? Well, no, what? He did a video. He played with Scotty in Texas, and I think he's done a couple of, like, he's had some PGA guys on. I don't follow him super closely, but yeah, he's definitely had some content with PGA players. Broadcast models into it. Yeah. I think it's going to take for the media deals to expire or for something to come about where they shift some stuff with it. But yeah, it's definitely, we're entering a different age. You know, and now it's waiting for people to adapt because they've got to see the audience that YouTube Golf has. Right? If just some guy on the internet can work up to a point of generating millions of views on a single video, like, that's a market that they're going to want to tap. Never. Right? Yeah, something like that. Right, TaylorMade. So that kind of comes back to the, well, if you're going to talk, you know, the PGA Tour giving him access to a golfer for a video in exchange for the tournament, it's like, well, he's already got the team TaylorMade stuff, and TaylorMade has a good number of, like, top golfers. So, like, what does, like, he obviously stands to gain something from it, but I just think you gotta push for that place that no one's gone before, as opposed to just another iteration of the thing you've done before. So yeah, I think he made the right call. I think it's a tough decision. I think, you know, both can go well long term. But we'll see where it goes from here. Times are definitely a changing. All right, we're gonna take our normal quick 3-minute ad break here. Just like to remind everybody that we won True Sim last week. Little pat on the back. We finally did it. Played a heck of a weekend. And we're able to run away with it. So that feels good. Now we've got to come back and defend. So I appreciate everybody hanging out, being here. We've got 4 rounds of True Sim upcoming here this evening. So sit back, relax, grab a snack, buckle up, do whatever you gotta do, whatever you normally do. I don't know. And we're gonna get going in a few minutes here. So I will see you in 3. Hey, thank you, Fly Guy. BRB.
It's raining.
Ads. Okay. We're back. Let's get after it. Come out alert to acknowledge the dub. Appreciate it, Fly Guy. Time to go back to back. We'll try. I know from what I've heard, Scud has kind of run out and put up a very good score. We're going to try and get into the same mindset that we did last week, and it's just focus on our execution, right? Pick a shot, try and figure out what's going on, hit shot, hopefully get it close, and try and make some putts. It's going to be tough out there. Yeah, the big question is, how's the putter going to be? Our putter was very hot. We could really read the greens last week. We'll see what we can do this week. Gonna try and keep expectations low and out of mind and just get after it. Hey, what's going on, Real City? How we doing? Welcome back. Thank you for choosing to use your Prime sub over here. Welcome back for 2 months. Also, Stando, what's going on, dude? All right, we're playing off the tips here in round 1. High winds out of the south. Very firm, and medium fast. If the medium fast is kind of what it was at good old St. Andrews, maybe we'll have a chance at reading greens, but yeah, it might take us a couple of holes to kind of get a grip on putting. We'll see. We shall see. Gonna just try and be smart with all the shots that we take here today. Alright, it's going to be uphill and into wind. For the sake of the spin, I'm actually going to I think we're going to choke this shot down. Just get it somewhere out in the fairway. And then now we've got a little bit more club, which means a little bit less spin. That's kind of the hope with this. 133, this is definitely playing a little short. Gonna need to maybe punch it through. Hey, what's going on, Kyle? Nice and smooth. And that's how you start your Open Championship. Just like that. Smooth shot, straight at it. Tap and birdie. Let's just do that all day long. Let's just do that all day long. Alright, par 5 into headwind. Hard to see the bunkers. Try and get it down there. You're like trying to make sure you just stay a bit left. Did I really hit 3-wood? Thought I had driver in hand. Well, now this is awkward. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna try and play this, unfortunately, I guess we're gonna try and play this a bit more similarly to the last hole. Because I can't get there in 2 now. To try and lay back and hit a wedge right at it. That's unfortunate. I don't love that. Alright, 14 mile an hour crosswind. Pitching wind's gonna be a little bit long. Is it gonna spin back in this wind? It's gonna be close. I'm gonna put a touch of loft. Okay. We still have a chance, but there's definitely some break in this one. No break in the first one, so we don't really get that, you know, initial look at, okay, how is it breaking here today? Below the feet. I'm just having a hard time seeing it, because, like, at my feet, doesn't look that far below. I think it is just a touch. Okay, good putt. Good putt, good putt. Alright, don't love that I didn't give myself a chance to eagle that, but it's behind us. It's a birdie. We like birdies. Okay, 7-iron choked, 173. This is probably coming down about pin high. But 168, 169. $159, that's about 5 yards short. I feel like you gotta hit the choke shot and then, like, just try and play a little bit into it. Down the hill, it's gonna be moving on that right to left. Oh, I took too much off. I guess not too much off. Got a chance. Right to left. It's kind of a similar putt to the last one, a little bit less, but similar vibe. Get in there. Get in there. Hey, what's going on, Denzel? You got two 2K25 players maxed out? I have one. I have a couple other ones at 85 for some of their skills, but I think my next highest is at 90. Hey, what's going on, Ham? How we doing? Okay, we want to be right of these bunkers. Get it down there, let the wind bring it. Alright, a little bit pull close. That's okay, though. Hey, what's going on, Chig? What do I do full time? I'm a software developer. Upper 180s, and then it's also gonna have some wind in. Downslope. If I choked it, 92. I think the 5-iron's too long. I think the 6-iron's gonna be fine. I think the 6-iron's gonna be fine. It's up the hill. Ball's a little bit below the feet. It's not really up the hill that much, but ball's below the feet. Go here. Alright, pulled that one. Swing was a little bit off. That the swing before we got out of sorts, and then that one was pretty similar. All right, a little bit on the left to right. It does look like it's downhill, downhill, downhill. So I think the smart way to play this is here. It almost took the sideways kick into the hole. All right, the birdie trade stops. That's all right though. No Python held busy? That is actually largely what my job is Python development. AI machine learning impacting software development? I mean, it definitely is used as a tool. Outright replacing it, I mean, I think that relies on a lot of assumptions that, you know, everything going into it is good, you know? $291, 305. I think we just take driver and kind of play whatever comes of it. Alright, at least we got it back on our inputs, but we're gonna be right of target. It's gonna be a long flop shot up here. 25. $25-yard shot. You take a 50 degree. It's just kind of what assumptions are you making here? If it's 80% and 6 yards, that's short. I feel like the... I feel like I gotta take this 50 degree. I don't know, with the uphill, that's what's getting me. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I got too far left on the approach shot, or too far right, rather. You don't have, like, a great shot to stick it. That's saying it comes back at the end? Feels like it breaks right to left for most of this. Nice putt. Nice putt. What's going on, Robert? I gotta look at it. I can't feel the green like I can IRL. I gotta take my time. Gotta look up, look around, try and figure out my shot. Got no tools. I got 170 yards that I gotta fly this. I mean, 150, that's not going to get there. 160, I don't even think is going to get to the 170 because it's that diagonal sort of wind. So 167, and then you cross wind like that. I mean, that might actually, 173, and then you're talking 6 yards. I mean, if you, like, let that just kind of drift, maybe hit the 101. I think 7 yards you're gonna start, or 7 iron you're gonna start hitting it a little bit further. Alright. Put a little bit more juice on it. It's a little bit out to the left. Didn't need the extra juice, I don't think. Alright, but we've been putting it pretty well thus far. Hey, thank you, Scott. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is happening here? Ball's breaking away at the end. It's kind of above my feet at the start. Maybe. From there, it looks more below. It's kind of going flattish to that like little peel. Yeah, let's just keep doing this. Let's just keep doing this. Walking to the green on those shots? Well, just in general, like, in real life, you can feel what the green is doing, but in game, you can't. Right? In game, everything's a mystery. You're left to what your eyes can see, which is, you know, designers put visual deception in. And so your feet are able to pick up on the visual deception because you're skipping over that part of it. No. Dang. Alright, that's out of the heavy, which now makes me wonder if we'll be able to get up there. It's 220 to the front of the green. The real question here is, like, if this is a 90% lie, which I don't think it is. So let's just go with the assumption it's 85%. We're gonna lose like 36 yards. So this is gonna carry more like somewhere back here. 39 yards. Bounce and roll out. 260, we lose like close to 40, I'll say 40 yards. You'd be 23 yards of bounce and roll out. How about let's do this. Let's choked approach it. Ball's below the feet. Curl it, hold it. It's up the hill. It's choked out of the rough. It's gonna hang left. My mind's eye, at least. Okay, we've got an eagle putt. We've got an eagle putt. Think that was the right call. Fairly flat once we get up here, but at our feet, I think it's a touch below. I mean, from there, it looks like it's below for sure. So if it's below the feet to flat, you're hitting it 58%. We go just outside. Ah. Ended up being a pretty straight putt overall. That's okay, though. Birdies are good. Birdies are good. I think we're gonna go choke driver. And then we're trying to kind of aim left edge of the fairway to let it work to the right. As long as that doesn't kick all the way right into the bunker, we should be fine. You had a similar putt? You also aimed left? Yeah, it looks like it's below the feet, and just like... It's hard because you're like trying to guess how much is it going to take as it goes up the hill. It's just, yeah, it ends up being a lot flatter of a putt than it looks. And again, this game mode, there's a lot of educated guessing, right? There's just a lot of educated guessing, and that's part of the struggle we all have. Ooh. Wind fooled me there. I thought the choke shot was gonna get through it a little more. So that kind of stinks, having this straight on wind. Well, I guess not quite straight on. We did read it correctly, but... That's low. That's low. Came off very, very quickly. Very quickly to the right. But I didn't leave myself in a good position on that one. I guess that would have been like a full 8 with a little bit of loft. Okay, very firm greens are like the main thing I'm trying to keep in mind here. Front pin though, so I probably want to make sure that we're taking a good bit of clubs still. Hoping that's not too far to the right, which it might be. Yeah, so we're gonna be, yeah, that's tough. That's tough because that's buried in there as well. That is buried in there, and if I make the wrong call on this, it could be pretty poor. Because like if I read this as 80%, I mean I'm reading it as 80%. I don't think we're gonna be close. I don't think there's really a great way to be close on this. Yeah, we ended up flying at pin high. This is a terrible spot, actually. That's a really tough... It's a tough spot to miss at. $17... I thought that it was going to roll out a lot, but I also thought it was going to fly a little bit further. So really strong start, but yeah, we've got a hole that's catching up to us a little bit. Looks like that's breaking the other way at the end. Hard to really tell anything from there. Gonna put it like left edge. It's kind of a hopeful putt here. Close. Close, but oh so hard to tell. Close, but oh so hard to tell. Alright, so bogey on 9. We go 5 under going out. Miss on the eagle. That was a tough one because we find the rough and it's Doesn't really seem like there's light rough around. You know, don't feel like I take a particularly bad swing at it, but that's golf. That's golf. Got it too far to the right. You know, it's definitely hard on these yardage books. I feel like links courses have, or tend to have, a little bit blinder of shots. So the yardage book, I have definitely had some issues with trying to keep things lined up from it. A little bit right to left. It's up the hill. The question is how much right to left are we actually talking here? Quite frankly, I don't see a ton. That was close. That was close. I tried to play it right edge and a little bit more aggressive. It almost still bit left on me. Ooh. If we play this a little bit more of like a fade, maybe we can turn this up towards the fairway. I'm hoping we get enough. Yeah, there we go. Get enough of an angle change that we don't just bleed straight to the rough on the left side. Now, that was almost too much yardage, but now it might be perfect for a 60 degree. We hit 100. Very firm bounce. It's still gonna have some bite. I feel like maybe I can just give it a touch of D-loft. Maybe not even D-loft. Let's go a little bit on that for the yardage. Give me that bounce forward and go in. Oh, that is right on line. What's going on, William? Not just firm bounce, very firm bounce. Okay, so we're just going up the left-hand side. Absolutely bomb it. Get it up past that bunker. Let it run down there. Hopefully give ourselves a short shot in here. Try and give ourselves another eagle opportunity. Okay, problem here. We are gonna land it probably back in this. Yeah. Kind of that 155 yard. Slightly below the feet, a little bit fading that way. Wind is just off. Yeah, I'm gonna hold it up here. That's the touch. Okay, don't take it easy, because look at this break. I know it's a short putt, but you can't slack on something that breaky. Well, Sloaner came out strong. Jeez. Yeah, what's going on, Talon? Okay. So we hit a hole-in-one. This is where our first ever hole-in-one in the game came. We were doing one of those, like, career mode, you know, the warm-up, like, pre-tournament event things. So I know that this breaks right to left. I know this breaks right to left. The question is now, how do we replicate that shot? That carries 203, 94, 205. The wind is gonna be turning it 97, that's 6 yards. I'm gonna take the choke 6. I'm gonna bank on this to get the right to left roll. That's well too short and well too... Wow, that wind really held up. That wind really held it up. I am a full club short. I didn't think the wind was gonna... I did not think the wind was gonna catch us out like that. That's for certain. Okay, well, let's just try and ride this curve then, huh? Oh, it was looking pretty good. Out from Home Improvement? No, this is just what 69 in every stat gives you. Any resemblance to anyone real or fictional is purely coincidental. Hey, what's going on, Abe? Hope we're doing well this week. Alright, so 147 yards to the flag. Play it more like 149, 150. Then you've got the wind. Which the wind is kind of giving us some trouble here. Been misjudging it. I'm gonna hit the choke. I'm gonna hit the choke 8 here. So I feel like I've misplayed them. But I don't want to play the 9 for fear of being too short. But there is the case of I was fine where I was, so why did I change? I don't know. Sometimes you just start to question stuff. Misread one thing and then misread everything, which is definitely not a position you want to be in. It started turning early. Oh, but it still holds on. Turned earlier than I read it. If you're a supervillain with a weather machine, you debut a pro golf tournament. Hey, thank you for the luck, Abe. Appreciate it, man. We're trying to defend our title from last week, but it is definitely a tall task. Like, we're playing well, we're making some putts, but just some very good players out on these streets. But that's a good thing. I'd rather have it be good competition than just, oh, I can win every week without really doing anything. $38. A little deep. That's it. That's tough. 5 to 6 feet, you just give it some pace and pray you didn't overread it to... Well, yeah, but that gamble is always a bit of a scary thing to me. But yeah, there definitely is a time and place for being aggressive on putts. But you just have to be confident that you're reading it properly and can hit center cup, because if you don't hit center cup, that's when the lip outs start to really become prevalent. Ooh. Barely catching the edge. Make the conscious choice to wear pink stripes. My wife dresses my characters, so better be careful with your choice of words on fashion around here. Yeah, my wife is the one who always is responsible for character garb. I think we gotta take the 4-iron. Oh, it's uphill. This is tough. 228, 224, 234 tops, but like... I can't... 212, and then even if it gets out to 222, that's 22 yards for the 4-iron to chase. I just don't trust it, man. I feel like I gotta choke this and really try and like sit the 3 hybrid a little bit. I knew I closed it. I could feel it. Yeah, I feel like that was the play. I just took off a little bit too much. Oh, that gets steep up there. Hot dang. All right, so if we're fading away, not a bad read. Touch under pace. But not a bad line. Over the 9-hole matchmaking, looking for some real 18-hole tournaments. So Tim, if you look up TGC Tours, they're some of the top societies in the game. They also have a website. That's what we play in. So TrueSim, you just sign up and play, but TrueSim has no scout cam, no green grid, no lie grid. That's what we're playing right now. If you want to qualify for the main tours, there's a whole qualifying process and a weekly tournament to play. And you can play any of them regardless, if you want to just join the societies and see how the competition is. See how the courses and conditions are. But that's the main thing that we're playing. 53. Yeah. So it's definitely hybrid time. The question is, or not even question, but the thing is, I don't even know where I'm aimed. If I aim at that tower, or not tower, but those grandstands out there, I think the wind will peel it back. Ooh. That's gonna be too sharp of a kick left. Dang. Dang, that's a violent fairway. That's a violent fairway and not a good one to miss. Handicaps? No. There's not handicaps, but there are in the main tour. So for True Sim, it's just one flight. In the main tours, there are 15 flights, and then a qualifying group. So there's no handicaps per se, but you do get grouped, pretty well by skill level. Come on, release out of the heavy. Just a little bit short, but it's not a bad recovery. Not a bad recovery by any stretch. Just can't figure out what it's doing. Well, it's well above my feet there, and it's breaking to the right at the end, so maybe some early swings and then drift a little bit the rest. It's too straight. It's turning left a little bit there at the end, but I read a little bit more break in the middle. Or like skill level. Yeah. So it's the main tours are broken down by skill level effectively. I mean, sometimes people will play way above their skill level, but over time there are promotions and demotions based on how people play. So, people will eventually get filtered down to the spot that they belong in. All right, we're gonna play like a little choked, faded 3-wood here. Try and find edge of the fairway. That's a little bit too close for comfort. It is technically edge of fairway. It's just not where I was trying to be at. Okay, we had a similar shot earlier. This is just getting the wind read right. But I think if we get it right, we could have pretty good distance, because it's gonna bounce. Yeah, I mean, that's the distance control. Wind takes it a little bit more to the right than I'm expecting. Hey, what's going on, Sudo? How you been, dude? Sorry, I've been watching, been in Sweden for a month, and now you're in Louisville for work? Don't apologize, man. Hopefully Sweden was a good time. That's some pretty international traveling. %. Yeah, we're breaking the whole way. It snapped. It snapped. Just did not give it enough for the foot lie. All right, 11 under for round 1 is still not bad. You ready for the domestic courses after 2 weeks, Chip? Yeah. Yeah, the wind on concrete. Yeah, trying to figure out like how stuff is gonna play on really firm conditions makes you really like have to play the fairways in a way you give yourself a lot of room, but you still want to like push yourself down there, because if you lay back too much, then when you're hitting onto concrete greens, it is not simple. All right, so we're right in the mix. We're 3 off Sloaner through 1 off of Scud and Stando there. So we'll see what we can do here. We're playing all 4 tonight, so we're gonna grind them all out. But 11 under is solid. 1 bad bogey and a missed eagle attempt. Like, we played very, very well. Made a bunch of putts. So I think it went right more often than not. 5 under after 3 rounds of TGC this week. Ended up 5 over. Yeah, it's tough, and it can get to you mentally if you're not like not super comfortable with it, or if the things start to go wrong. Like, yeah, you got to have the mental fortitude. Went to Budapest while you were there? Nice. Going home tomorrow and playing golf in the mountain this weekend? Very nice. I got a blister on my finger, and funny enough, it's not golf related. I don't know that you might be able to see the darker shade there. The lighting is not great, so you can't really see too much. It's from pulling weeds. I didn't wear gloves. I was just pulling some weeds, and I guess it was a lot of weeds. And pulling it the exact same way, and the like strands of weed, like the clover or whatever. I don't think it was clover. It was some sort of viney crap, but kept going over the same spot. It hurts. Shanked 2 straight and got tilted. Yeah, well, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Letting yourself get tilted in those conditions. It's very unforgiving then when you go on the tilted swing beyond that. So that all checks out. All right. Well, we got to keep these rounds going, so we're gonna roll a quick 2-minute break here. Keep it a little bit shorter on the ad break, and just keep rolling into the next round. So appreciate y'all being here, and I'll see you all in 2.
It's raining.
Ads. One of those weeders where you don't have to bend down. I did buy one of those recently, Pseudo. The problem was, this was one of those situations where we had some like yellow, flowery, viney something in the yard. And so I was trying to like, pull around all the grass and stuff and not be like ripping chunks of grass out too. I was trying to like find where the start of the vine was, so you could pull like, you know, 5 to 10 vines out. Kill it with fire. Well, I just had like 2 patches of it, so I was like, it's kind of one of those, I started pulling it and I was like, whatever, I'm just committed to it now. All right, medium southwest, extremely firm fairways, very firm medium fast. So greens are the same, winds actually go down. Fairways are a bit bouncier, so we'll just have to keep that in mind. Make sure that we leave enough space. I mean, that's the toughest thing with like St. Andrews last week, and then with this, the extremely firms, they just make it tough in the sense that like you're hitting it out there, but like having enough room is really the big key to it. Because like if I do this, that's too much. Like I think I have to take 3 wood. I think I have to take 3 wood here, try and get it down, hopefully not bounce left into the bunker, and then just take it from there. Hey, thank you, Stream Surge. What's the leader at in Plat? I have not a clue. My mind is on Trusim, and I don't even know what the leader is of that. I try and keep the score pretty well out of mind, and just, you know, try and play these rounds, play these shots one at a time. Be a little far. Oh, we got a little bit of backspin. There we go, nice. All right, so I think my proximity on the first hole through 2 rounds is about a foot. Trusim and Plat is the same, currently higher than you, Luckett. All right, we're gonna make sure we take driver this time. But I'm gonna still take choked. Let's left side bunker. Hole closed, nice. Love that for me. Love that. All right. So buried lie here, we're not gonna get there because I'd be getting it there and then you're going short. So play an 8-iron out. Yeah, sometimes you just kind of get your hand turned a little bit, and so then your swing is off. Sometimes it happens. It is what it is. Okay, 100, 99, 98. I think we actually have to de-loft this a touch or else we're gonna get too spinny with it. Because it should have bite. Okay, I could have played, I just didn't want to go zoom in off the front of the green, you know? Didn't want to go zoom in off the front of the green. That's the main concern. Close. It's tough to, I don't know, the par 5, I hate it being a 3-shot par 5, but there's no light rough, so if you miss, you're in a pretty tough spot. I like 7 here. See, it's so weird. Sometimes, like, the very firms, like, that sits still. Like, I'm thinking, even though there's a little bit of headwind, I guess we must have hit some sort of slope, because I thought the 7-iron might run a little bit more. Below the feet. Definitely giving me, like, a little... little break the whole time. Okay. All right, so missed the par 5, but we get another birdie right back. And yeah, I think for me, there's no point, so to speak, in like trying to look at or pay attention to what the leaders have done. I feel like that only distracts me. We just need to go out. We need to try and focus on every swing, pick our shot, pick our line, and try and execute and see where it takes us. Because I feel like every time that we start to focus on a number, we start getting too concerned about, like, we put extra pressure on individual shots. 56. Yeah, I like this. I think the wind's gonna play in just a touch for us. Not terrible. It is a little bit short. Is a little short. So it's a touch right to left up at the cup. I'd say it's also a touch right to left at our feet. Ah. I thought about giving it a touch more there, but I didn't think it was gonna break that much. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright, this is one that we ended up too far out to the right, so if we are gonna drive this one, it's extremely firm, and that's 20 yards. Now, if you take 291 down to 305 here, I think the choked is the way to go. And I think you don't go too much right of the flag, because you need it to drift back to the left, and we know that it kicks left. So I'm gonna actually go a little bit more out there. I don't believe that I had the choked. Nope. I choked out. Nice. Choked down my 3-wood. I thought I had clubbed up to my driver. Excellent. Well, I've really put myself in a crappy spot, huh? This is one of the maybe dumber shots, but I think if I take a full spinner, we're in a bad spot. Or I mean a full pitch. So I'm gonna take a spinner to try and put spin on, but still let it release a little bit. And that went from one of the dumber shots to just a really, really good shot. It's only dumb until it works out perfectly. That is back there, that's for certain. I gotta hit this on a good line. Very firm, and then the rollout, I mean... Nine yards, very firm. Try and play a little bit. A little bit out to the right. How are the slopes here? Okay. For very firm greens, they really do... Like, the very firm, but the green speed combo, I think, is what really makes these things check up a lot more than one might think. Still a very tough birdie putt. Even though we're in at 9 feet. This is like, it breaks at the start, like from what I can tell. A little bit of break, kind of flattens, and then more at the end. Okay. Okay. Okay, straightaway shot. I'm not gonna try and power drive it, but I am gonna try and step on it. 102? It might be too far left. Oh, that's out. Heavy rough, but it's 224, so like, we didn't find fairway, but we have the angle. So 80% take off like 40. Let's go like 45 yards just to kind of play it safe for live percentage and everything. That's coming out like 170. That's way too short. 228. That's 80%. Then you're talking again to like 45. Ah, man. 24, 48. I think you choke it. If it comes out low roll, maybe that's not a bad thing. If it comes out high roll, it's gonna kick to the left. I'm playing it up to the right because it kicks left in front of the bunker. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna bounce and roll. But we're on the green. We're on the green. So it's a chance at eagle, but more than likely we're just trying to cozy this up for a nice little 2-putt birdie. Okay, so we're clearly left to right. Big swing in, and then it's kind of flattening out. Maybe a touch. Maybe it dips a touch at the end. So it's kind of like how much as it comes off the face here does it roll. I'm going somewhere out here. Get outside to the left, straighten, and then dip right and go in. Oh man, it like held straight at the end, but that's still a really good read. I feel like we're gonna need eagles out here if we're gonna try and be anywhere within sniffing distance of the top. Then the bounce out here. If we lay it, well, I don't want to say lay it up. Okay, this is one that I think the wind was way more to the right. I'm going to take the 3-wood. And I'm going to put a little bit extra on it. We only got 102. We're going to get a lucky kick there. That did not get... Oh, I said lucky and then it rolled back. It did not cover as much to the right as I thought we were going to get. Now we've got front pin. We are buried. We are actually buried. Well, that... kind of crap. That's kind of crap. So is this 80% or is this 75? Like, what are we talking here? Well, the rounds go overall very well. Not we shot 11 under in the first round. We're 5 under through 7 here, but hit a little bit of a snafu. I think we just hit the 5-iron and kind of hits. This is a bit of a hit and hope. I don't think we're sitting anything. Yeah, that carried pin high, but like if I take 6, then you're at the mercy of trying to run it up there. So at least now we've got a. I don't know if a 55-foot putt is really like a, yay, good job, but that's what we got. I think that was more like the 80% lie instead of the 75. Although, actually, you know what? No, that was 75. I mean, we pretty well flew it right up there. Where's the hole? The flag's down there. Got it. That's what I'm looking for. Can't see a thing. It's 68%, and then you're hitting it, that's turning, you're going down. I feel like I underread that. It's not like terrible underread, but what's going on, Reed? Get better in my career? Played on 2K25. You just got any pointers? Press the read button? No, we read everything with our eyes. In this mode, we don't even have the grids on. So we've got to, as you see me, like zoom around the greens and try and figure out what exactly is going on. That's the like big challenge with this mode that we're playing. I'm gonna hit a choke tee shot here. But getting better in my career, like a lot of that is reps, and a lot of that is also, I would say, it's kind of twofold. It's learning, well, I guess threefold, if you're going to try and make it simple. Getting better at putting, getting better at being consistent on your swing, right? And that's reps and trying to be consistent on like how you hold the controller and how you sit and everything. And then the other is learn wind and elevation. Because wind and elevation will help you learn a lot about, you know, hitting your carries and everything. That's way too far. This is a tough, it's a tough fairway. It's a very tough fairway. Are we gonna get a good lie out of here is the question, because that's too much. Like, I mean, it rolled into it. Even if it's 90%, 51. I'm gonna say it's a little bit higher than the 90. I'm gonna play loft on it. It's gonna still have some bite, but it's out of the bunker, so it should release. Doesn't show you your wind. So if you're playing on like the perfect swing mode, if you go into your difficulty settings, if the wind like help difficulty option is turned on, it's not going to show you the wind, and it's going to automatically calculate the wind adjustment into your shot. If you turn that off, then you'll have to work out what the wind is doing and how much it's gonna move it. So it is breaking left to right. I don't really see it a ton, but I know that it's happening. What's going on, Adam? Has to sit in a certain way to get your swing? I think it's a big piece of it. I think if you want to be a consistent player, I mean, it's like real golf, right? Like, you don't take a different setup to your golf club every time that you play golf, right? I mean, if you do, then you're gonna just make your life a lot more difficult. That's a huge part of the consistency. Not enough. That's a huge piece of it. If I can have the same, like, it's all about reducing variables, right? If I can have the same shot, if I sit the same way, I hold the controller the same way, I try and create the same, you know, swing feel on my thumb over and over and over again, that is going to give me the best chance to hit the points every time. And if I can hit the points every time, then I can just focus on picking the right shot for the moment. You know, I'm not going to get it right every time, but it's one less thing to worry about. Gosh darn it, man. These heavy rough lies, they're tough. I'm going to hit a full swing here. If it's more than 90%, then so be it. Lie is coming out pretty strong left. It's deep. I thought about taking choked. But I didn't do it. Temporarily blind, what's going on? Detail of the green undulations is on point. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of educated guesswork. You can't see everything, but you can see a lot. And for me, it's always this, like, it's this game of, you know, finding your known goods, right? I know it's below my feet there, and I know at the hole, it's kind of straightened out, still kind of below my feet. So if it's below the whole way, yeah, then my goal is going to be to look uphill at the putt and see that, okay, it breaks a little bit left to right in the beginning, then kind of flattens out and maybe just dips a touch at the end, right? And so you're just trying to piece all of that together. bit more. Yeah, we're just getting them a little bit further away and not making putts. And that's, yeah, if you're not going to hit it super close, it's going to be tough to go out there and score like crazy. Number 9's fairways in round 2. Yeah, it's like, thought I'm laying it back far enough, but you're just not. I'm going to hit a choked fade here. Here is more so just trying to turn it over with the wind. Now it's extremely firm, so it's going to get down there. That's the, like, fancy way to play this one. Okay, 101 yards. It's going to play closer to 100. Wind's going to carry us a few. I got to play a little bit of loft on it and then just get this wind read right. It's below the feet. It's up. Wind's taking it somewhere like here. That, I thought that wind was going to do something. What was I thinking there? That landed right at the 101. That wind, with it, I guess it was just diagonal enough it didn't do anything. I guess it was just diagonal enough it didn't do anything. Oh, that was bad. Yep. I got cute with it. I tried to just barely underhit it. And I underhit it by 3%. I did it again, except I hit it 1% shorter than the last time. I'm committed now. I'm committed now. There's the 90. I needed like 88 and I hit freaking... hit like 88 and I hit 86. But that's precisely the, like, why you don't want to be in that position anyway. Oh well. Oh well. I mean, I'm enough off the pace. Like, I know I'm not winning, and I think I know that in the back of my head that we've not gone on a tear. Okay. Let's try and lock back in, though. We can't just, like, give up on the tournament because we're not gonna win it. But yeah, our approaches on this round haven't been close enough, and the putts haven't just been dropping. Like, I've been, I guess, feeling the weight of the two-putt, so to speak. Just one of those things where you kind of can feel how it's not quite going. That's okay. It's just tough, like, shots like this, right? Where we hit it perfectly pin high, but you misjudge the wind. Now you've got a 10-footer instead of, like, a 2-footer. So, it's always tough. Every 5 minutes an ad pops up but doesn't play, Jim? That's weird. That's weird, because I have it set to be on the most, like, conservative amount of ads. So I don't know why it would be. I don't know if it's determining that, like, an ad hasn't actually played and it's trying to replay it. I would imagine it's something ad block related. I felt a little bit of double break, so we went with the straightforward shot there. Make it up with an Albie here, Pseudo. Yeah, albatrosses, aces, all the shot reducing. I don't think we've made a single eagle, so yeah, that definitely is a piece of it. This is an interesting one. But thanks for the luck, Pseudo. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. Yeah, these fairways have been tough. Like we're a fur and gur guy, and you know, getting kicked off the fairways a bit is definitely not part of our game plan. 183. The wind's gonna drop it a few yards. Very firm. I'm gonna play a little bit more loft. Come on, get left. It's down. Okay, that's why. It's downhill at the front. The tough part is, like, had I known that, then I take the 8-iron. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Right to left. Don't need to look at that much putt. A little bit. Then it swings a bit. What am I trying to look at? 67, somewhere in there. All right, 67%. Did not break near as much in the middle there. I was anticipating much swing. I was anticipating much swing. Yeah, I mean, Sloaner went 14 and then 8. From what I understand, Scud just kind of went off. This is round 2, Spencer. Welcome back, by the way. Yeah, we've just been a little bit off. Like, our first round, I felt like we played pretty dang well. This round, just a little bit more off on some of our approaches. Which is definitely costing us some strokes. There's one that's online. Oh, even still spun back, jeez. Okay, I mean, it's no gimme. It's got the right to left break on it. Not a crazy amount, though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what's been missing. I feel like we've been just kind of flirting around the, like, that 10-foot mark a little bit more, and having 10-foot putts is just not a good place to be. Okay, these shots suck. I'm just gonna be honest. These shots suck because I have a really hard time gauging where my reference points are to not find the rough. There, fortunately, we carry that heavy, but we've not always been so fortunate. Found round 2 easier? I mean, it's medium wins, so theoretically it should be. but we've put ourselves in a couple of spots like off the fairway, misjudged the wind angles a little bit. I mean, we put the double bogey, like we'd be 8 under right now without the double. You know, you just get a few misjudged things and leave yourself a bit short, and then you know, it all just kind of tacks on from there. You know, you get your wind, your diagonal. Oh, closed it. Get your diagonal winds off, or, you know, leave it a little bit too short, leave it a little too deep. All of a sudden, you got a 10 to 20 foot putt instead of a 5-footer, right? I'm sure we'll see that the number of long putts in this round comparatively is a lot more for us. That's right to left, and then it's saying left to right at the end. And straighten up. From that angle, I just thought it was gonna turn a lot more right to left and then straighten. So yeah, we went double bogey eagle. I didn't even realize that we had eagled that one. Probably because we were coming off of the double. 216, 212. You're not gonna get there. That's 22 yards. So we're gonna go choke tee. Choke tee shot here. It's just a tough one because there's not really enough green with the length of club that we have to take in to get it close. Like, I don't know how we get that par 3 closer. I mean, maybe there's a way in which you fade it and play it more from the left-hand side. Looks below my feet at the start. Flat to maybe a touch below. And it's kind of flat at the end. The joys of not being able to decipher the long putt. I'm gonna go straight. I'm gonna go straight. When in doubt. Yeah, I'm not reading that much right to left in it. When in doubt, straight putt it out. Fan of links courses on here? I mean, it's a video game, so, like, I don't know. All the courses pose a different challenge. I think the link stuff is tough because they really firm up the fairways and greens on us, and that's something that I'm not, like, crazy good at. I still can't believe we aimed it over here because I thought it, and it just, you, like, can't tell what the fairway is. The fairway's here. But if you were looking at the green map here, like, I'm aimed at that. I actually ended up, like, being aimed over here. But in reality, I thought I was aimed here. Like, I was not a fan of that. $216, $230. Untuck pin. I mean, I'm gonna go with the choke hybrid, I guess. Be a little bit smarter because now I know what this hole does. All right, 119 yards. This is kind of the play. Oh no, it defaulted me to a 97% swing. Got away with it. I didn't check it. I got too quick on it, didn't reset it. But it's stuff like this. I've been overplaying the wins. I know they're medium, but I feel like they should be playing a little bit more still. And it's yeah. It's not been good. Okay, good putt though. Always defaults you to 100. Yeah. Stop trying to like make me partial. Just give me a full swing. I used to like, at least in the last game, like if you change clubs, like clubbed up, clubbed down, anytime you changed it resets you to 100%. Now in this game it takes all of your shot shaping and keeps it, which is like, I guess in some world nice, but not in mine. See, it's a par 4, so you can't lay it back like a crazy amount. You have to play like a 3-wood big fader and hope that it turns it over enough. I flirted with this left-hand side last round, and I'm scared with it being extremely instead of very that I'm actually going to get through it this time. There it is. I'm gonna go like half loft on 8-iron and just see what happens. It's the extremely firm fairway bounce. Yeah, I mean this course, the fairways have just been a little bit more brutal to me. And we were off on our approach game. Yeah. It's not like a crazy... Not like a crazy formula for me in any regard for how we get the job done. With the green speed it wouldn't go as far, but I was wrong. I was wrong. Alright, so double bogey on the card, we still get to 7. But yeah, nice 14 there, D-Brad. I gotta look at the stats for that round. Our proximity was not great. The number of long putts that we had, I mean, because we're still at 9 under only if we take that double bogey out of the equation. Just like couldn't get it going. Let's see here. Bad rhythm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 50% fur, 71% fur. I personally, especially on a track where it's heavy rough, 50% fairway is a death sentence. I was 0 for 7 from long range, 7 from 9 medium. Actually, 7 for 9 is not bad. But it felt like we made 0 putts outside of 10 feet. Because I think the 20-foot proximity feels... We did have a couple of darts, which does help. But we were definitely flirting a lot towards the 20-foot putt, just in general, I feel like. Yeah, 1 double bogey, but 50% birdie commit. This. And 27 putts. Longest one was inside 10 feet. Only 12 here, but take off 2 more putts, get rid of the double bogey. Like, all of a sudden you're in double digits. Either way, we're in 6th or 8 strokes back of the leader. Doesn't look like a repeat is on the cards, but we have 2 more rounds that we can do some good things in. So dip in so you don't. Wait, no, you just have to cover. You just gotta take your own advice. You just gotta cover it up. Because I'm not gonna be at the top of the leaderboard. You just cover the score. Is it? Put some sticky notes on the screen, you know, where the little thing pops up in the bottom left. And then be prepared at the end of the round. I won't say the score. All right. We've got 2 more rounds left. We're going full grind mode this evening, so don't go anywhere. 2 more rounds to go. We're gonna take a quick 3-minute break, and then we're gonna hop in for the weekend. See if we can maybe read the winds a little bit better. Dial in a few more good shots here. But appreciate y'all being here. If you're enjoying, drop a like, follow, sub, all those good things. And I'll see you back here in 3. Yeah, what up, not PC? All right, BRB.
It's raining.
Ads. All right, we back. We're back. 2 rounds to go. Weekend golf at Royal Portrush. Let's see if we can maybe turn the tides here a little bit. Back to high winds. Very firm, medium fast. Okay, so back to pretty much round 1 conditions. I don't know wind direction wise where we're sitting at here. But the extremely firms off of the fairway, definitely good. I'm finding that the extremely firms, St. Andrews, I felt like was a bit more open. Wasn't as punishing. There was some light rough just off the fairway because we're pretty accurate. Yeah, but we'll miss every once in a while and get towards the edges. But sitting in light rough, that's fine. I mean, it's not ideal, but the variation that you're getting is only like that kind of 5%. Whereas this sort of thing, if you're going a large amount of variation, it's not great. Ooh, that's a little left. Okay, it's puttable. Puttable. I was concerned about it. My wind judgment has not been ideal. Has not been ideal. Snapped. It's crazy how on some of those it's just like, nope. Nope. Like you misread something early and you're already online to below like super fast. Alright, so it looks like Sloaner and such have not played their later rounds here. If we drive this down here, it gets you in short, but it does bring in risk. If we lay this back 279, then you've got 20 yards of green to work with. I'll try and maybe give a little bit extra. That might not be good. That might be like worst case scenario. Lay up and hit the rough. That sucks. 230. It's the back of the green, but you know what? Oh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Because that came out as low as it possibly could have, and now I don't even know how a power pick plays. I know it's got bite. Beat my round 2 score just now? Congrats, Leon. I'm not particularly hitting them in close. I mean, the lie looks pretty clean. That's why the power pick scares me. The power pick scares me because whoa, whoa, whoa! Did not look at the lie. Didn't look at the lie. Oops. Ah, Colby. Colby. Yeah, we won last week. And we finished 5th on Plat. This course, just with the fairways and stuff, has not been suited to me. It's not to say there's anything wrong with the course, but I do not play well from off the fairway and in the heavy rough. Like, I do not spend time in the heavy rough. 3 out towards 60. 9 iron's not going to go that far. One 158, 160. That's out towards 170 in the bounce and roll. Yeah, just doing a lot of that. I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay. Just reset yourself. I don't know what's mentally going on. I don't know if I'm just like taxed playing all the rounds in a row. I think there's definitely something going on just mentally with not being so dialed in like we want to be. That's it. I'm having a really hard time with the like laying up and then still finding myself in places that I don't want to be. I think that's probably one of the biggest pain points for me right now. Two victory? No, that was my first true sim win. I've choked away a few others. There we go. Jeez. Didn't make a single putt over 10 feet in the last round. 2 on the society stats? It's probably bugged then. I don't know what other event. Unless it's like, oh no, you know what it was? I tied for first with Scud on one of the events and lost on countback. I did have another, yeah, I did have T1 technically on one of them. But for our purposes, it does not count. So if we go 297, 311. Oh, amber is the color of your energy. I'm gonna try and go left side of this. Left side of this green here, and just. Get down there, give it something we can play. 22 yards. Very firm, feels like it's downhill. I guess it's downhill from where we are. You just can't go long. 22 yards. Feels like we should just play a flop shot. Very firm, but it should. %? Okay. No, we'll play the Open on Plat tomorrow. I always do True Sim first. Like, I always finish the full TGC tournament before I move on to the next one. I used to alternate them way back when, but I've just found that this is better for me. That's great distance control. Just been tough. Like, I've left myself with a lot of these 12-footers, and if you don't sink them, then, you know, it's the same as two putting from range, right? Like, proximity matters not if you don't do anything with it. Don't love how, like, double breaky stuff can look. I can't see that. I can't see that. Not even the slightest. It looks like a touch left to right at the start and then flat and maybe breaks the other way. No, that's a hard break left. Easiest course, barely made the cut. I mean, sometimes that just happens, you know. I mean, sometimes you're gonna have those weeks. You gotta accept it. I have been on the left side of this fairway every single time, and every single time I have kicked left into that rough. This time it's a little bit shorter, so I guess that's a good thing. What do we have to work with? Front pin. Cool. So not much. 54 to... So this is kind of one of those shots where it's gonna want to go left. Kind of go straightish at it and just... Well, gosh darn it, Colby. Okay, wind did take it over a little bit. I ended up closing the face. But it's like... I'm not going to really get it close. 57 when you're not in contention? Oh, I mean, that's how pressure works though, right? There's a bunch of pressure that you put on yourself in rounds 1 and 2 that if it's not there in rounds 3 and 4, then you play a little bit looser. You know, it's about being able to take that pressure and channel it into something. Yeah, just a touch of underswing. Okay. But that was for eagle. Don't give it away. Still get the birdie. Still get the birdie. 296. See, I think I want to take the 3-wood here. You aim at that bunker, drifts into the left. I think sometimes just like the visuals have been deceiving to me, and then I end up there. And now I'm in a heavy rough, buried lie. Like, I think this is what's been the biggest pain point for me this week. And it's just that's how the course is. But I think that's been where I've struggled the most. That's it. It's a really good shot from there, but can we do anything with it? For whatever reason, I could just... I was just hitting those putts all day long at St. Andrews. I can't see the bunker that I'm like aimed at. Oh well, it is what it is. I'm not seeing things well. The extremely firms ran all the way in here. It looks like the very firm is going to do the same to me. Tough. It's tough, it's tough, it's tough. And you just kind of have to buckle down and take it on the chin. But that is obviously easier said than done. Definitely easier said than done. You know, as someone who likes to compete, think of myself as a strong competitor. Painful to be off by the, you know, but some weeks you're gonna be on by the inches, and other weeks you're gonna be off. Like, golf is that game of inches. So like you have to take it when it's off by that small margin, because when you're on by that small margin, you know, law of large numbers, all of that, like it all balances out. I don't want to be in short. All right, take the 3-wood. Take the 3-wood. .101. See, a full tilt, it's only getting to like 106. I want to do this, Colby. 101. .106, and then the bounce to give it a little bit of D-loft. I feel like we got bit on this win before. Okay. The fringe was the part that was scaring me. Five-footer, we're probably going a little bit on the aggressive side. Okay. Straight up and in. Straight up and in. Okay, what we got to 18, so we're 6 under through 10. It's definitely a better clip. It's definitely a better clip. Now, we've had nice tailwinds in the last 2 rounds. This one is about just controlling that same sort of fade, but into the tailwind. Or into the headwind, rather. Now we're going to be playing... Play this 7-iron. I think with this headwind, we're going to be okay. Like, distance-wise, that's good, but... Yeah, like, I really think that the wind is gonna take that one more to the right. And we just end up being 12 feet off. Like, it's just been a lot of that tonight. Nothing, like, particularly horrendous about it, but... You know... When you hit your shot and you're still 12 feet away, when you've got no sort of assistance out here, it's yeah, tall task. Still just low. Not bad. Needed a touch more pace, I guess. Yeah, what's going on, Asian Invasion? How we doing today? 297. Take the headwind, then up. It's back there. Like, I think you can still take 3 wood. I'll try and put a little bit more juice into it. Just a touch closed. Gosh. Freaking darn it. Where are we in the rough? We're completely buried. And that's way uphill to the front. If I want to play it... Alright, well, hopefully this doesn't backfire. Try and lay up. Try and lay up to a wedge. One last week we did. We did. That is accurate. We won True Sim for the first time this season. Last week. Not carrying the same luck, same mojo into this week. We've just kind of been off like this. Just been off like this, where I'm leaving myself just constant 10-footers. 10-footers are just not where you want to be. So, It is what it is. Oh wow, now I over-adjusted. We'd been missing the other way. Of course, 58, 68. Alright, I'm gonna loft the 9 and we're gonna just go straight at it and kind of hope for the best. Too long. And then it rolls away. I mean, not much you can do there. Very firm tailwind, like... Yeah. Very firm with the tailwind. I don't know how else you play that. No green grid, Matt? No. No green grid, no live grid, no scout cam. Not for True Sim, at least. So we're out here, just me and the course trying to decipher things. There we go. Come on. Need to sink more. What's going on, Hoplinks? I have not the slightest clue when it comes to True Sim cuts. Because it's only one flight. And the skill gap, like the skill spread is so vast. Like, I truly never know where the cut line is gonna fall in True Sim. Not to be whatever about it, but our scores are never anywhere close. Like, I feel like True Sim cuts are tend to be closer to even par, and we tend to be in like the teens or 20s under. Play shots against the wind. Say the wind is right to left. If you play left to right, does it affect the distance? And can it land softer? Yeah, so if you play just like a baby amount, it's gonna just get overtaken by the wind. But if you play like a strong curl, the distance is gonna be naturally affected without the wind by a little bit. Like it's gonna come up like a yard or two shorter maybe. But then as you hit it back into that wind, yeah, like it's gonna take on a bit more headwind. A legend in your eyes? Appreciate that, Matt. Hope you have a good night as well. And just thank you everybody for being here, as always. Like, you guys could choose to do a lot of other things with your free time, so the fact that you're spending it here, pretty sweet. Okay, finally another one online. That's more like it. Been missing those. Because our distance control has been good, I just have not been able to find the hole is like a line to follow. I'm kind of scared, if I'm being completely honest, to take this choked. So I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit it full, and just hope that we kind of get it down there, and then hope that we don't get all the way out into the rough on the other side, which looks like that's where we're going. Nice kick. Love that. I love trying to play sensible, laid-up golf, and having that as my reward. It's really the thing that brings me the greatest joy. Oh wow, look at that release! It looked like it wanted to sit and then it just accelerated up the hill. Bizarre. It was so weird. It was so weird. Yeah, what up, Tricky? Downhill slider, very much so on the right to left. I don't know if those shadows are gonna deceive mine eyes. Maybe I want to find a fall line? No! Close. It's close. $229. Everybody loves a long par 3, huh? Everybody's favorite. With rotating wind. Oh, cool. Cool. No doubt, no doubt. 228, 24. Okay, if it's gonna turn more into a headwind here, then I am gonna play all 3 hybrid. Again, like look at this. We're like consistently off on the side wind reads tonight. We've had a few, and like the first round I feel like we were on it more, but second and third rounds have just they just haven't been there. Just haven't been there. %. That's a little overpowered. Definitely a lot of under red. I've been a little bit better at visualizing those like shorter hammered putts. There's a lot of elevation change on this hole. It's all the way in the back. I don't think I would take driver. Interesting shot to be selected here. I think for my own sake, I want to just take the 3-wood. Okay, I'm noticing there, and it probably has started to happen a while ago. On these longer sessions, the capture card starts to desync the audio. So I'm just gonna bump that out a little bit. 260 or 166, 164, 52. Yeah, okay. 9-iron might be kind of right on it. Oh, that's weird. The audio is back synced up and my brain was not, like, fully prepared for how far off it had gotten. I probably need to, like, refresh it in between rounds as a precaution, because it definitely starts to desync as the stream goes on. And I don't know why that the desync even happens. As crazy as it. What? Oh boy. We've had a lot of those too. Had a lot of those too. It is what it is. I don't think we're playing like particularly like anything horrible. Like I don't want to like get it in my head that like, oh, we didn't play well this week. Like I actually think we've played decently well. We just have not gelled with this course in particular, and that's fine. Like the fairways haven't worked to our advantage. Yeah, we've been off on some wins. We've just barely been missing the putts. Like it's not like any one thing was like, oh, we were really just so bad. It's like, well, when you're off by inches every single time, it stacks up. Basically what it's boiling down to here. All right, so that's a clean 8 under. That's a clean 8 under. You saw Lil Michael? Appreciate that. What game is this, Michael? This is PGA Tour 2K25. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of... I think in True Sim, like, our bad rounds are these ones where... I mean, our really bad rounds are, like, low single digits, but our bad rounds are, like, we don't crack the double digits there. Scud just 9 strokes clear of us on that round, 17 under. I mean, GG's, I haven't had the wind reads, and so we've been, between the wind reads and being off on the fairways, it's been taxing on our ability to score, to say the least. Hey, there it is, Lowenka. Thank you for the sub. All right, so we still have 1 round left. We're gonna take a quick 2-minute break here to just make sure that pre-roll ads are gone on Twitch for the rest of the stream. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for following. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you for watching. All of that. I greatly appreciate it. We've got 1 more round left tonight, and then we've got another loaded stream tomorrow. 4 rounds of the Open Championship for the Platinum Tour. So yeah. Didn't stream yesterday because we had some internet outages here and we're off on Thursday. So it's going to be a very loaded Tuesday, Wednesday set of streams. So a little bit of golf left tonight. We'll be back in 2 minutes and then we'll fire off round 4 here. Be right back.
It's raining.
Ads. All right, we are back. Some people just like to lurk. Some people just like to lurk. Some people want to say hi and then you know, they lurk. Some people say hi and bounce. It's all good. People are allowed to watch the way they want to watch. All right, final round here. We're getting very high winds, very firm medium fast. Okay, so greens are going to be a bit more receptive, especially with the headwinds. Gonna have to be careful on the drives. Very firm with very high tailwinds. But let's try and dial it in for one last round around here. We'll try and play it smart, and hopefully we can make the reads on the very high winds. I know that that's like asking a lot because there's just a lot that goes into the sidewaysness here. I think I might even need a little bit of D-loft, but yeah, you're talking like 19 miles an hour up the hill here. He lost it and we're still 5 yards short. Which makes me wonder if we went up a club and tried to choke the pitching wedge, where we would have ended up. So what, uphill, little right to left. Was it 61%? I kissed it. Kissed it. Get 3 eagles in a row? I can already guarantee you that we're not getting 3 eagles in a row on this course. Appreciate the offer. But I full well know the end result of that before it even happens. I don't know that there's a string of holes that we'd be able to do something like that. Put it in the rough. Gosh darn it, Colby. Just stop. Stop doing that. This freaking par 5 every dang time. I'm gonna hit an 8-iron out and put it in the heavy again. Oh, okay. Jeez. Playing mediocre, giving you the boost. Yeah, no problem, man. That's what I'm here for. You know, we got the win. Now we're just here to make everybody else feel good. $110, 109, 108, maybe 107. Floating it out towards. I put a little bit of loft on it. Yeah, what up, Ethan? Still flew too far. Still flew it too far. There's a little bit of backspin on it, but it's just not enough to get it down to the hole. You suck. You suck. How many putts are we gonna miss like that? What game mode we're playing? So this is a society. This society is set up on what we call true sim settings. So it is somewhere between legend and master. It's master swing, but there's no assists on. No green grid, no live grid, no scout cam, no vibration, no shot setup feedback. Most things are shut off. We've got master swing, and then I think the only other things that are on is like we have distance in the yardage book, and the A marker is on. I think that's the only stuff that's on. I'm gonna hit a 9-iron. I'm gonna hit a 9-iron. Flag's over there. Yeah. I mean, that's, all things considered, that's pretty good. Again, it just becomes that difficult thing where we're hitting it to 8 feet and I just can't seem to get the reads. There we go. Perfect putt and get the read. Love that. Online tournament. This is an online tournament. I mean, the societies that run online, we're playing through what's called TGC Tours. TGC Tours is like a third party. They run all their stuff through societies, but they have a third party website. They pull the scores and have the cross-platform leaderboards and stuff on there as well. And that's gonna be long. I'm gonna hit the choke tee shot, but I'm gonna take it back a little bit. Going on, Hunter. Welcome back. Team ended up 5 under in that tournament last week. Get in there. Very nice. Thoughts on how the NBA championship ended? My NBA season, not that I'm like an avid NBA viewer at all, but my season ended when the Sixers sucked, so I didn't follow too much. Okay, loft it, float it back left. It's still gonna go long, but that's all I feel like I can do there. Like, you've got a tailwind coming over that ridge, like, without having a wedge in hand, I don't think I can do too much else. Okay, I mean, it's been breaking this whole putt. What is it? 53? Yeah, just dancing around it. Just dancing around it. One closest to the pin, got a hat and a pack of balls? Nice! Love free stuff. To make it roll back, so if you're trying to get an iron to roll back in this game, good luck. You basically need a headwind and some like softer, faster greens and stuff to get that to happen. Generally speaking, though, your lob wedge, so your 60 or 62 degree, is going to naturally want to spin back. Like, if you're talking no wind, and then, like, your 56 is going to kind of hop and stop, and then it's, you know, into your low irons, it's going to be like a hop and stop, maybe a little bit of bleed out. If you loft your club that's going to do the most for spin. This is going to change the distance. It's not going to slow the ball as much as the loft will. So if you're on like a shorter club, loft is the way. You'll get more bite, but you're not going to necessarily just zip a pitching wedge. Yeah, even at a pitching wedge, you're not really going to get much for zip back unless you have a headwind. Like headwinds, especially stronger headwinds, are going to start to bring you back. Hit the driver at him? I don't think that's the play here. Edgic, thank you very much for the YouTube sub. Thank you kindly. I mean, it might be driver, but it's definitely not full driver. 3-wood, let's see this. 274. Got like 20. Could go into like the 290s. Okay. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna play this like baby faded 3-wood, and we're gonna put the gas into the, well, that's only 102. Oh no, we're gonna get a left kick from here. I didn't fade it back enough. That hit some lump. Are we in the heavy rough? No, we're in the fairway, but it definitely looked like. Okay, we're gonna play it smart. We're gonna play it smart. We're gonna play the super flop. Get cheeky with it. You know? Is the advantage everybody else gets, so we're gonna use it to smack it on up there. There we go. Time are we ending stream? Whenever this round is done. So, what hole are we on? Like 5, 6? Probably like quarter after midnight Eastern time, if I had to guess. So, a bit later of a stream tonight because we're doing all 4 rounds here. And I didn't make any adjustments to like my normal start of stream warm up situation, so that's like a pin high. That's like 7 yards short. Can't run 7 yards in this. I'm gonna have to try and take some stuff off here. Closed it. And that's one of those you didn't need to loft it. Uphill, a little left to right. It's not a crazy amount, but it's like that. Question is, I guess, how much is it moving in the middle, and is it fairly flat at the start, which means that flat starts to curl a little bit in the last. Nice little bit. Nope, drifted early. Drifted early and then snapped. Yeah, these greens and I have not clicked. These greens and I have not clicked. Which it is what it is. It is what it is. I know that last week was like everything came together. I know that last week was everything coming together to get the win, so only fair that the following week is just about everything not going to plan. I definitely can't take this. If we take it's 22 yards, the green's not fast enough to support 22 yards. I feel like I'm gonna have to partial because I think 253, 247. Very firm. Try and hit it like. Try and hit that like 95% with a little. That's 100. That's less than 95, yeah. That's definitely short. Not horrendous. It's just, it's offline a bit. Selfish Tyrant, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's above the feet. Yeah, big swoop in for like the first third, and then it even is still breaking towards the middle of this putt. 69, nice. Even though you're hitting it firm, I mean, you've got to really account for the fact that that's turning. And like, yeah, it's turning back at the end, but I feel like you got to make sure that you're out here. Oh. Overread it a little bit, but we'll take bird. We'll take bird. We need bit by bit here, bit by bit. This 8th hole, I think it's this 8th hole has been a pain in the butt. Been a pain in the butt. I think with the way that the fairway swings and the wind plays and everything, I've just had one heck of a time trying to not have this happen. It has just not been, it's not been a good hole for me. Not in the slightest. Choke 6? I don't freaking know. That has like heavy rough release. We're good. But in a world where it's out of the, I mean, it must have been so uphill because out of the heavy rough as a 6-iron, that did basically nothing for rolling out. What is this putt even doing? I mean, I know there's left to right at the end, that much is clear, but it actually looks like there's a touch of right to left in the beginning. Which, if that's the case, then I only need to go a little bit outside. If I'm wrong about that, then we'll obviously have a very different outcome here. What was the ball even rolling over? It, like, kept creeping left. It, like, hit a little pebble and roll left. Hit a little pebble, roll left again. Yeah, I think the other thing that's been painful is I have not had the slightest clue on stuff like this. Where am I aiming? Where is it gonna end up? Yeah, I can't stand it. To be quite frank, I can't stand it. Rip. But like so many like blind tee shots and then into the head. I mean, everybody's got to play the same thing. I'm just saying it has not suited my game. I have not been able to do anything reasonable. Now, I normally blow these like 6 feet past, so for me to play it to there, we'll definitely take it. I mean, hats off to Scud. I have not had the same pleasure he did. Just gotta remind myself that I don't think that we played particularly poorly, and that we gotta come back tomorrow with like a fairly positive outlook for Platt. Like in the same way that we took the positive momentum from Truesim last week, you know, and parlayed that into something really nice in Platt. I can't parlay this performance because I don't think the result rings true to like how I feel like we played. We were like just off on everything. That was an iron. Why it was defaulted to an iron, I don't know. Kiss my entire behind, Gabe. Why was I on an iron exactly? I thought it was on driver. Didn't expect that. Oh, can't wait to bogey this one. $135, $134. Thing is, I don't make chips, so this will be the one that I do make. Almost. Positive if round 1 to Platt, rest of the rounds aren't as bad. Well, I just feel like, I don't know, my reads have been definitely off. My reads have definitely been off on like the side winds and stuff, but it's not as bad when you actually can scout cam out and like do that. Eyeballing side winds is always a hit or miss thing. It's not exactly... It goes from a bit of a science to a bit of an art, and I'm not exactly an artiste, you know? Not exactly an artiste. So sometimes we just completely are off on the wind. And I think I've just hit the point where these rounds have been taxing enough, and wow, nice. Just keeps rolling. Been taxing enough that I just don't think I have the mental capacity to care anymore. Like, I've had that just over and over again. Been misreading stuff, but like, it's an unfortunate place to come to. Like, I really hate that we've reached that point, but I think the unfortunate nature of it is that we've just reached the mental checkout. I can't buy one. It hurts. It actually hurts when you're just like... Because I think that's one thing that definitely went our way last week, was like, we were reading greens and we were making stuff. Come on, dude. And so we get in that flow state and you're just reading stuff, and you keep dropping them, you move on to the next one. And you can ride that momentum like crazy. But you really can ride the momentum the same way here, where it's like, well, we just don't quite have it. We just don't quite have it, and everything just... I mean, you just flirt around the cup, Don't hit your approach shot right in there, and it just... Yeah. It goes both ways. Momentum is not only a positive thing. Probably a good thing to have around, you know, level expectations a bit. Or not around a tournament. He's celebrating, but what he fails to remember is how every other putt from this range has gone. Yep. Cool, love that. Love when it doesn't break. That's always the best. All right, 3 holes and then we get to go to bed. 3 holes and then we get to go to bed. I do apologize that we didn't have a better showing. The wind just ate it. And I think I'm just... Yeah, I'm fast playing. Okay, just get me home. Get me home. Hey, thanks, Tyrant. Yeah, I'm trying not to beat myself up. I think I'm just mentally over this. I'm mentally over getting, like, just off on, like, every single thing, you know? $30s, and then another 20. I'm gonna hit this. We might go long, but like... Nice, love that. Love that. I guess that's because the wind doesn't, yeah. Alright, well, we did this once before. Gotta hit it 90% or else. There's the 90. Good save. Yeah, I didn't factor in that, like, we're out of the heavy rough and clubbing up, which means that the wind is not going to play the 20 yards off. Number one true Simmer Dawson, the good and the bad? I mean, maybe from people that record their stuff. Scud is still the best in my eye. I mean, he showed it this week. He shows why he wins most of the weeks. You actually have a straight putt to end it? I put it left edge because I feel like it has a little... What the... Okay. Because that wasn't an input. That wasn't an input. Alright, I don't even want to look at the stats. Get me out of here. I want to go to bed. It's after midnight. I'm sweating like crazy because this room always gets so hot. I mean, look at the fall off there. Scud at 52. 23 strokes short. I mean, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything no matter how hard we tried, and then we just kind of mentally checked out of it. So I apologize for the level of effort towards the end, but I suppose one can only handle getting near missed 100 times before it starts to get to them. So we'll come back tomorrow. I don't even know why I'm trying to pull up like I'm gonna raid somebody. It's freaking after midnight. I need to get out of here. So yeah, we're gonna call it here. We will be back tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, like usual. We are off Thursday this week, so make sure you follow or sub wherever you're watching, or join the Discord if you want to keep up real close with going live notifications and all that. We'll be live tomorrow, and then this week's a little bit abnormal. We'll be off on Thursday. So hope to see you guys back here tomorrow night. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesdays. We've got another sweaty Open Championship to try and compete in. And hopefully that one, despite being harder in different ways, hopefully we can do a little bit better. So take it easy, everybody. I'll catch you back here tomorrow.